Hello, good morning, everybody. I hope you are well today. Thank you very much for joining our training session. My team is going to be taking you through the application process. It's going to be taking you through the details in that application form. And I hope that at the end of this day, you are not going to feel that you've wasted your time. This really is the Jobs Fund's attempt to make sure that all of you have a competitive opportunity and chance to submit a really, really good application. And so I'm very grateful that many of you have taken the time this morning to join us and to experience this training session with us today. I know that it's quite a long day, and I see this your participation here as a commitment to really submitting quality and competitive applications. For those of you who have already attended some of our sessions, you know that unfortunately, given the number of people participating, we have muted your mics, but that does not mean to say that you cannot get your voice into this space. The way in which you get it into the space is that you type your question in the chat, and my team and I will try our utmost to respond to the questions that you may have. I think that for those of you who are registered in advance, there's going to be examples this morning, and my team have mailed those examples to you. I know for myself that often when I attend such sessions and there's a bit of training involved, if I don't have control over the slide, I kind of, get a bit disorientated. And so I hope that by us submitting and sending you the documentation beforehand, that this will help your learning here this morning. So post your questions in the chat. We will try to respond, but if there are any unanswered questions during the session, we will update the FAQ that we post onto our website. And I hope that many of you have already had an opportunity to work through that FAQ. There are lots and lots of examples and issues that previous applicants have raised, and we hope that that will also help you understand how we do things at the Jobs Fund a little bit better. The application, you can see there's the website, jobsfundpraxisgms.co.za or www.jobsfund.org.za, and that is how you reach the application form. Next slide, please. So today, the agenda really is really about highlighting what we had discussed in the previous session with applicants, and then getting down to the practicals about accessing the online portal and the ABC PIMP, providing you with some insights to the background of the theory of change and results chains, and also to provide you with an overview of the ABC PIMP. We're going to have a project example, and then you're going to be given an opportunity to use that example and plug it into a PIMP. And then we are also going to have the monitoring and evaluation team speak about their section of the ABC PIMP, followed by the finance team and talking about their section of the ABC PIMP. We're also going to provide you with an overview of the grant agreement and the standard clauses, what we will be doing in respect of our due diligence, and the documentation that will be required during our contracting process. We will also provide you with an indication of post this session what kind of support you can expect from the Jobs Fund team. I just want to re-emphasize that this document that is referred to as the ABC PIMP, it really is a snapshot of your project, or what you intend to do in terms of solving for job creation, in terms of breaking down barriers in the labor market. Many people have found it complicated. But once they get into it, many people have also given us feedback and said that they found it to be invaluable. It is a framework that disciplines your thinking about exactly what you're going to be doing on your project, how you are planning your intervention, what the important activities are, how you can measure yourself in respect of the high-level milestones, and then attaching a cost to those activities as well as a time frame. So that really in a nutshell is what the ABC PIMP is about. It provides you a framework to plan your project, to implement that project, to cost that project, and to track that project over time. Next slide, please. So what did we talk about last week? Next slide, please. Right. In the session last week, we really just presented an overview of our application process. And that essentially was about, let me just get to the slide because I see that the slides are busy bouncing on the other side, so I'll do it from my own computer. The application process, so all of you know, we've opened up this funding round, we've issued a call for proposals, and now what we are, the place that we are in now is waiting for all of you to submit your applications. The closing date for the submission of applications is the 17th of July. Once we receive all of those applications, it's a very hard close at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The first thing that we do is that we assign, you know, all the applications to various teams within the Jobs Fund. And the first level of appraisal that we do is just to determine whether your application is eligible or not eligible. And you will see on the application form which questions refer to your eligibility status. The moment you have found out, the moment we determine whether you are eligible or not, we then will advise you. If you are found to not be eligible, it means that you have exited from the race. So it is very important to answer those questions correctly, to upload the documentation that is required of you. So that is step one. The funding round closes. We assess your eligibility. We advise you within 10 days whether you're found to be eligible or not. Those who then go through the first gate, we go through a more detailed appraisal of your project. We submit those appraisals to a technical evaluation committee, and they make recommendations to the investment committee. At the investment committee stage, so from the 17th of July, we have already set up meetings for our technical evaluation committee and our investment committee. By October, the investment committee will be considering the first level appraisal of your application. At that stage, the investment committee, who is the only body who makes a decision, will determine whether your application should proceed to the next stage. And the next stage is a much more detailed appraisal of your project. Those meetings have been set already for January and February of 2024. At that stage, once the investment committee sees the detailed appraisals of your projects, a funding decision will be made. Once the funding decision has been made, we will then contract with you. That ABC PIMP that we are talking about is what we will use to assess what your first quarter drawdown or your advanced drawdown would look like. So in the ABC PIMP, you will plan your activities on a quarterly basis. Once we have contracted with you, we will determine for the first quarter what the activities are going to be and the cost of those activities. And once you have then dropped your matched funding into the ring-fence project bank account, we will match that with ours. Post that, then every quarter you will report if you meet 80% of your targets for the previous quarter, you will then be able to draw down. So when you are successful, we do not transfer all the grant monies to you. It's a quarterly drawdown process. Okay. Then we are into the implementation period. And as I've said, during every quarter, you will be required to submit a quarterly report. And this quarterly report, you also submit online, and your disbursements then follow. So we've asked you to ensure that whatever you have applied for, that you are able to deliver that within a 2-year period. Now, another very important component for the Jobs Fund is the need to learn from our experiences. And so we have quite a rigorous closeout, a project closeout process, and lessons learned from there. I think that is me. Next slide, please. Okay, so I've already said in terms of the next steps, the closing date is the 17th of July. You must submit your completed ABC PIMP and your due diligence documents. All of these things are compulsory. So if you want to, if you're really serious about this, please read carefully the application form, complete the documentation. What we find in the past, for example, is that people will send us an Excel spreadsheet and say, that is my plan. The reason why we ask you to put into this ABC PIMP format is so that we can competitively assess all applications, because each one of these applications will be assessed against the universe of applications that has been submitted. I've said that we will advise you of your eligibility status. You will, at that stage also, if you've gone through that gate, be advised of when we are going to be calling on you, coming to do site visits, virtual or physical site visits. What are we going to expect during our due diligence engagements? I've also said to you that each application will be allocated a Jobs Fund project appraiser who will undertake the full appraisal process. And then we are also asking you to please respond to our queries timelessly. This whole process has already been hardwired into our business calendar. So from the moment that we know how many projects have reached the eligibility stage, those projects are already scheduled in the TEC business calendar, in the investment committee business calendar. So if you do not respond to the queries timelessly, it means that you go to the back of the queue, or we now have to wait before we can assess all the applications competitively. So I am pleading that you respond timelessly, that if you have queries, you escalate that quickly, so that we have a complete set of information. I think that is it for me. I'm going to hand you over to Eve now. I'm not sure in the chat if there are any questions at this stage. Let me just check with my team. Let's see. Okay. There was a question, I think, has it been answered? Can somebody just confirm for me, please? Green Riders asked whether regarding being operational for 2 years pre-qualification criteria, what date of registration is acceptable? Is this mandatory? Yes, we do want to see that you've been operational for 2 years, and that is really to be able to see what your financials look like and whether you are in good standing. There's a question from Mariel from Community Keepers. Will you cover more detail regarding application partners in the session, including details such as how the funds are allocated and managed? Mariel, I'm not quite sure that I understand your question. Application partners, each organization will submit their own application. However, if you are going to form a consortium, then it is the lead applicant that would submit the application. But if you post some further details in the chat, then perhaps I can better respond to your question. Okay, so then somebody asked about the 50-50 investment. So if you are a private sector partner or a public sector partner, you must match us on a one-to-one basis. We've said that your the minimum grant amount that you can apply for is 5 million. So if you're a private sector partner, you must match us with 5 million. What then happens is, as I said, there's a quarterly disbursement drawdown. What we want to see at contracting, though, is that you are good for the 5 million, that you've raised the capital either through loans or your own funding. We want to see that from the books that you keep, right? But what happens then is every quarter, if you meet your targets for that quarter, your ABC PIMP would have determined how much money you would need for the forthcoming quarter, right? And you would then submit your quarterly report. We will assess it on the evidence that you've submitted. We will assess whether indeed you have met those targets, and we will then drop the next quarter's funds into a ring-fence project bank account. Now, when one of the conditions of entering or partnering with a jobs fund is that you must have a dedicated bank account, which we refer to as the project bank account, where all expenditure for your project flows through. So what we will see is on a quarterly basis, you will give us the bank statement. You will indicate that, you'd asked for 5 million. That was the overall arching amount that you've asked for. But for the next quarter, you require 1 million rand. You will drop your 1 million rand into the ring-fenced bank account. We will see the 1 million there, and we will then match it with the 1 million from the jobs fund. So I hope that that question has been answered. If there's any further clarification, please just type it in the chat. I'm looking at my phone, people, because my team is giving me the questions here. I hope that the 50%, so that question on the 50%, 50-50 investment, it was from Alvin Rapier. Alvin, I hope that I've answered your question. Then there's a question from Rochelle. Are drawdowns from the grants always paid retrospectively? So no, we don't pay you retrospectively. What happens again in the ABC PIMP, right? The first disbursement we make is an advance disbursement. That disbursement really is determined by, we look at the ABC PIMP, we see what activities you want to undertake in the quarter that is coming up, a future quarter. Right? And we say, okay, for that quarter, you are going to be requiring X amount of money, it might be 2 million, it might be 3 million rand, right? If you match us, if you put your 3 million, we are actually going to put the grant into that account, and it's an advance because you haven't done anything yet. So there is an advance. So the theory behind that is really that often projects are starved of cash flows, right? And we don't want you to be starved of cash flow. So we give you that advance based on you dropping your matched funding. And every quarter, we then, based on your quarterly report, advance you the next quarter's drawdown. Rochelle, I hope I've answered you on that. And then you also had a related issue. Are they paid to the recipient or the service providers directly, and does that include VAT? It includes VAT. Your grant is inclusive of VAT. We actually say that you are the project partner, and that is why we ask you for the 2-year the track record that your organization must be in good standing. We don't pay vendors or suppliers on your behalf. It is your responsibility to do that on a quarterly basis, though you will provide us evidence that you have paid people that you said was going to be providing you support on your project, and that is the way in which we proceed. Team, is there any other questions that I might have missed out on? I don't think so. So I'm going to hand you over to Eve now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, DDG, and welcome again, everybody. Good morning. I see you're all fired up with your questions. Thank you. They're much appreciated. And I think as the DDG has done, the team is going to attempt to address you either in the text or as they're speaking to you. A reminder again is that the presentation will be made available on the website as well as the recording. So if you need to go through some concepts again, it's going to be a lot of information. You're welcome to go through that. So the next part of the presentation is going to be driven by kind gentlemen by the name of Eldon and Zamile. Eldon's going to help you with accessing the online portal and making your application on that portal. It is the only way which you can make an application. You can't do it any other way. And after that, Zamile is going to take us through a high-level understanding of the ABC PIMP and the architecture, and we'll start to work through our project example. So with that said, I'll hand you over to Eldon. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you, Eve, and good morning, everybody. I like the hype that's happening up in the chat, so keep it going. I see that there are a couple of questions where people have indicated that they can't access the material that was sent. We'll try and sort out the settings in the chat, but at the top there is a message that's been pinned that will allow you to download those documentation. So my role here is just really to just make sure that you can access the application form. So if you go to our website, www.jobsun.org.za, you would then be able to view our landing page. And by clicking on the link, it will then redirect you to the actual application online site. If we can move to the next slide, please. So if you haven't done so already, on our application or on our online application, you are then able to register, create a profile, as well as then access the system. So I'm just going to share my screen very quickly. Eve, maybe you can just indicate if it's showing up.
It is.
Okay, great. So as you can see, I've accessed the JobSun's website, and immediately on the landing page, we have the documentation around our brochure, as well as a link to click on to access the term sheet as well as the application form. You can use the menu items on the left-hand side where it says current call for proposal. And when you click on those links, it will direct you or redirect you to the actual call for proposal page, where it will give you a bit of information. Again, the DDG did emphasize the closing date is the 17th of July. So it's very important that we ensure that we meet those particular target dates. There is important information such as the FAQs that the DDG did mention. It's important that we go through that because a number of the questions that are coming up in the chat are actually being answered in those FAQ documents. An important aspect as well is our online application user guide, which is a step-by-step instruction as to how do you complete the various sections on the online application. And most importantly, when you click on the apply button, it will redirect you to our landing page of the online portal where you have to register your application in order for you to actually submit the application through to us. Again, just to say that if you have not registered on our online portal just yet and you don't have a login, there is an instruction here where you click to register. It will ask you some pertinent information, and you will then be notified via email of your username and your login details, where you are then able to access the application. As you can see, we've got a countdown clock that is running. 34 days left. Do not underestimate the amount of time that it takes and the effort to actually complete the application form. But don't be too alarmed. We are here today to run through the session to give you some guidance. So I will come back to this particular section in a little bit. There is a second segment, but for now, I will then hand over back to Zamile. Good luck and enjoy.
Sorry, if I could just come in here. So there's a lot of questions around matched funding, and I think that we're going to lose our audience if we don't address those questions in full. So can we go a little bit back, just spend a quick moment, Eve, and answer some of the questions that remain unanswered. So there's a question about the, the 50-50 match funding and whether an organization can, supply the training and that is regarded as matched funding. So that was the first question. And then there was a question about whether the grant can be, used to on-lend to entrepreneurs, and Ben had answered that question. And then there was a question about, are you able to unpack the matched funding a little more? Can the matched funding be funded from salaries? Perhaps, Eve, if you could just summarize what is seen as matched funding, and then we can move on to the next part of the presentation. Thank you.
Sure, thanks, DDG. Okay, so maybe on the last question around what is match funding. So we require match funding we require funding from our applicants to match the grant that's requested. And that's based on the status of the entity. If it's a private entity or a public entity, the requirement is 1:1. So if our minimum grant is 5 million, or if you require 5 million from the jobs fund and you're a private or public entity, we require you to make available or to commit 5 million. However, if you are an NPC or NGO, we only require half of what you require from you're asking from the jobs fund, which will be 2.5 million in this case. Sorry, 5 million at the minimum. So that means that you're going to contribute 2.5 million in match funding and request 5 million from the grant, from the jobs fund. So that's what we require as match, or we consider match funding to be. As the DDG has mentioned, we don't require that you deposit all upfront. However, we are going to test that you have the ability to raise it, whether it be from donors or from your balance sheet or from lenders. And that's what some of the work we'll do during the appraisal stage. The question on whether you can use staff costs and operational costs, yes. However, we limit it to 20%. And this is because we want to avoid a situation where, entities or applicants are using their normal or bringing in their normal operations into the project, which means the grant is just merely subsidizing their operations. We want to see that there is risk taken or risk matched at the relevant level, and that's why we've capped it to 20% of fixed or ops costs. And then there was a question on, I think I've answered. Is there anything else that I've missed, DDG?
I think that's good for now, Eve. I'm just going to ask Vuyo, there is a question about, can we please elaborate on the scoring mechanisms for the application? And the example here is, if a project is based in a rural area versus a metro, does it get additional points? Vuyo, do you just want to give a brief sense of the impact criteria we use and how that plays itself out in the appraisal of projects? Thank you.
Thanks, DDG. Good morning, everybody. Welcome again to the training session. Just to respond to that question very quickly, So we have a scoring rubric that we use to score projects. And in terms of that rubric, we've got certain criteria. And those criteria include things like readiness to implement. They include ability to create jobs and so forth. So in terms of the specific question that's being asked, if a project is in the rural areas, does it score higher than a project that is in an urban area? Not necessarily, in terms of just that particular point or perspective. There are other considerations that need to be taken into account, which include some of the criteria that, as I've said, that we use. So for instance, we know that it tends to be more difficult to implement projects in far-flung areas. And so the applicant's ability to then implement and how they demonstrate their ability to implement a particular project in that space becomes important. It also becomes important to better understand whether the applicant is, has sufficient reach in terms of the target participants that we're looking for in a rural area, and so forth. So in combination, we would then have a better sense of whether the application is presenting the kind of case that would make it more competitive in a rural setting as opposed to an urban setting. So there are a number of other criteria that have to be considered in order for us to respond to that. I'll leave it at that for now, but if there are further sort of like points of clarification, we can answer those in the chat as well.
Thanks, Vuyo.
Zamile, do you want to proceed?
Yes, sir. Good morning, all. My name is Zamile Ngubo. I am the representative of the Jobs Fund. I will take you through the overview of the ABC PIMP. But before doing that, let me switch off my camera so that we can have a smooth presentation. Before taking you through the architecture and the functionality of the ABC PIMP, it is very important to define two key concepts. So I will give you the background of the theory of change and the results chain. So at the Jobs Fund, we strongly believe that initiatives must explain how the activities undertaken by a project will lead to intended and observed impacts. So that is the theory of change. So projects must establish a solid theory of change so that they provide us with a clear path on how are they going to attain their long-term results. So the theory of change also forms the foundation on how you are going to monitor your project, develop key project-specific indicators, and provide a structure for data analysis and reporting. On the other side, the results chain is a diagram that maps out your theory of change. It depicts the causal linkages between the project and the anticipated outcomes and impacts. It shows what the project is doing and why they are doing it. It displays the connections in the results chain and causal linkages. It is result-oriented. For an example, it indicates the desired results from the intervention. It contains sufficient information to display the logical connection between different project elements, but it is not overly complex. The theory of change provides the big picture of the intervention and summarizes work at a strategic level, while the results chain illustrates at an implementation level the causal links in the change process in terms of the activities, outputs, outcomes, and impacts. So this is okay, next slide, please. Yes. So we are providing you with an example of the theory of change for an SME incubator project. So we believe that if you provide an appropriate expansion finance for SMEs, whether it's blended finance, combination of loan and grant, together with business management training and sector-specific mentorship, and you develop SME Incubation Hub, offering both virtual and on-site support that actively links small businesses to large business supply chains, then this will result in increased increased business activities, job creation, and local economic development for SMEs. SME growth through access to new intervention will result as a result of you providing the support. Job creation as a result of the business growth. So these will all result as you providing support to SMEs. Next slide, please. So this is an example of the results chain for an enterprise development project. You will see there when you look across, you will see the activities and our inputs are clearly outlined in a logical sequence. So these are the connections and linkages that I've talked about in the previous slides. So these linkages, if you provide inputs, you carry out the activities, those activities will lead to outputs, and the outputs will lead to short to medium-term outcomes and the long-term impacts, meaning that you are now achieving the overall objectives of your intervention. Next slide, please. So getting to the architecture of the ABC PIMP, why it is important to have the ABC PIMP. The DDG has expressed that the ABC PIMP is like a project plan. It assists projects to clearly outline what activities will be undertaken to achieve the overall of the project, the overall objectives of the project. It also assists us to budget properly, because on a quarterly basis, projects are expected to outline what activities will be carried out and how those activities will be costed. So to understand how projects aims to effectively achieve proposed outcomes, the Jobs Fund clearly requires a clearly mapped out project results chain and a rational budgeting approach. ABC PIMP tool assists projects in determining the activities a project will undertake and the cost and outputs associated with those activities. It also assists us in answering the questions on what will the project produce and when. When will the activities take place? What is the project cost? How will the project cost be financed? What are the project's overall objectives? We see this in all of these are outlined in the ABC PIMP. So the ABC PIMP maps out the project's results chain, but unlike traditional results chains, the ABC PIMP details timing of deliverables and costing for the project activities. Next slide, please. So mapping out the results chain. So in the ABC PIMP, this is what you are going to see. The projects are expected to clearly identify the logical flow of key activities. Also, you must identify anticipated outputs from the activities and the timing of delivery of those outputs. You must also outline the end goals, including the timing of outcome realization. In the process, projects will be able to cost each and every activity that would have been carried out. So the ABC PIMP, as opposed to the standard results chain, it details the timing of deliverables and also itemized costing for the project activities. Next slide, please. So this is what you are going to see when you open the workbook. You download it from the GMS. So this is what, when you open it, you will see how this is how it is structured. So applicants are expected to really understand and read the guidelines on what ABC PIMP is, their general guidelines, how is it structured, and so on and so forth. So my colleagues, during the presentation in the next segments, they will take us through on how to complete it. I will just give an overview, a high level of how it is structured and how it functions. So you will see the first tab, it's the guidelines. Then if you go to tab number 1, the tabs are clearly outlined, are clearly numbered there. Project information. Next slide, please. Yes, the first tab of the ABC PIMP contains the project information. So applicants are expected to fully complete this tab because it provides us with the project name, the brief project description, the partner organization, the sector in which they operate, the project number, the grant funding they are applying for, the match funding, if any, with the match funders, the implementation start date, and so on and so forth. Next slide, please. Tab number 2, this is now where applicants must clearly put down their activities. You will see on your left-hand side is the project's results chain. As I was saying, the ABC PIMP maps out the results chain. You will see their activities, outputs, and timing of activities and outputs. When are they going to be delivered? Then in the middle, you will see the activity-based costing. This is now where we are costing the activities. Then on your far right, you will see an implementation schedule. This is now where you will put down when the costs will be incurred for those activities that have been carried out in a particular period. Next slide, please. Still on tab 2, you will see that activity-based costing is there in the middle. This is where now you will put exactly how much will an activity cost and also the timing of carrying those costs. Next slide, please. You will see that during the activity, you will have plotted all your activities, but now here, there are outputs. You will see that when you carry out an activity, there will be an output resulting from the activities that have been carried out. Also, there will be an assumption that would have been put to make sure that those outputs are realized. So there's also a timing, the delivery timelines there. You will see that during Q1, you would have delivered something in terms of the outputs that resulted as you carrying out those activities during a particular period. Next slide, please. So we have covered the activities, outputs. These are reflected on your ABC PIMP or on memory. So the activity-based costing is still there. You will see here, so this is now a completed section of the ABC PIMP for activity category number 1. Everything has been put there. You will see clearly that costing has been associated with each and every activity that has been carried out during a particular period. There are also cost assumptions there, and everything is there. Ben will take us through when we are completing the project example. The implementation schedule, again, during the completion of the project example, Ben will take us through in detail on how to complete that. Next slide, please. So when completing the ABC PIMP, you will notice that on column Y on this during tab 2, implementation schedule, column Y has been included to assist projects with complying with our operating guidelines. Applicants are required to indicate whether the cost will be paid directly from the ring-fence project bank account or it will be part of batch payment effected elsewhere and reimbursed to the applicant. It is important to be clear and disclosed early so that we can have conversation on reporting protocols, but our finance specialist will explain in more detail when we complete the project example. Next slide, please. So we have covered, okay, yes. At the Jobs Fund, we have program indicators that all projects must contract to. So not all these program indicators will be applicable to all projects, but a few of those indicators, each and every project will have to contract for indicators that will be applicable to their projects. You will notice that there are also means of verification. When you contract with us, when you report on a quarterly basis, you must submit evidence of the reported numbers. Also, they are quarteralized. You will see there the timing of outcomes or delivery of those outcomes per indicator. Next slide, please. So there are also project-specific indicators or milestones. So these are the smaller task of the indicators that are giving us progress markers to attain the main program indicators. So the same principle applies here. The timing of delivery of those are plotted on a quarterly basis. Next slide, please. The means of verification, I think I have touched on that. So when you report to the Jobs Fund, for each and every reported number, you must submit evidence of that. And also, you will see the assumption section there. When you complete the ABC PIMP, you'll have assumed that this will happen because of A, B, C, and D, etc., etc. Next slide, please. So reflecting on the results chain. Okay. Yes, reflecting on the results chain, as I was saying in the previous slides, that the ABC PIMP maps out the results chain. So activities are covered on the ABC PIMP, their outputs, outcomes, and costing associated with those activities that would have been carried out. Next slide, please. The ABC PIMP also has a financing plan tab. So this now assists projects to see when cost or where how are they going to finance their activities. Ben will take us through this during the completion of the ABC PIMP live demonstration using the example that was sent to the delegates. Next slide, please. The funding allocation, this is now where you will clearly outline how funds will be allocated from different sources, whether it's from the grant funding, your own contributions, and from other funders or match funders. And again, Ben will take us in detail when completing this and showing the applicants how is it completed. Then there's a score budget. This is an automated summary. It pulls from the financing plan. So this will be also explained in detail when our finance specialist is taking through the delegates on how to complete the ABC PIMP with a live example. Next slide, please. This is a project summary. So this summarizes the project name, the name of the organization, the indicators that would have been contracted with the Jobs Fund partner, etc., etc. So I was just giving an overview of the ABC PIMP, but a more detailed how do we complete this in the next segments of the training session. My colleague Mfundo and Ben will show how is this completed. Next slide, please. I think there are questions on the chats, and I think the team members are taking care of those.
If I can come in here, thank you very much, Zamele.
Yes.
Thank you very much. There's a recurring theme about SMEs, and that SMEs are excluded because we have a minimum threshold of application of 5 million rand. So yes, let me try and explain that. And the question was also about whether we can relax the match funding requirement. A little bit about how we operate as the Jobs Fund. We absolutely recognize the importance of SMEs and the contribution that they make to the economy. However, as the Jobs Fund, we work with intermediaries. We work with organizations that specialize in providing support to SMEs. So there was also a question in the chat about whether if an intermediary organization, for example, applied for the grant, but the way in which they would use that grant is to on-lend that grant to an SME, that is definitely permissible. So we work with specialist organizations. The Jobs Fund has supported more than 50,000 micro enterprises through the model that we have deployed. And we do this because we do not necessarily have all the expertise to work with micro enterprises and to work with SMEs. And therefore, our preference is to find specialist organizations who are then able to support SMEs. So by no means do we exclude SMEs from Jobs Fund support, but we work through intermediaries that support that, because SMEs, we believe, require specialist attention and specialist support. And the support they require might differ depending on where they find themselves in their growth cycle and in their life cycle. And so specialist organizations that provide support to SMEs are able to provide the kind of technical input and the technical support, whether it be access to finance, whether it be access to markets, whether it be access to infrastructure, etc. So that is the reason why we work directly with intermediaries who support SMEs. We've done many projects where there has been support to SMEs, and the key lessons that we learn is that it cannot be a one-size-fits-all approach when we deal with SMEs. They are unique, they are different, and because of that uniqueness and that difference, they require a complementary set of interventions and support. And organizations that specialize in supporting SMEs are much better placed than we as the Jobs Fund. So to end off my comment, we definitely do not exclude SMEs, but we support SMEs through using intermediaries who have applied to the Jobs Fund, who then in turn make that funding and that support, that wide-ranging support available. And let me also say that we would never, ever in the Jobs Fund allocate funding to an intermediary organization who only, for example, would extend financial support to an SME, because that is insufficient. SMEs require a whole bouquet and different dimensions of support at different stages of their development. And so if somebody had to come to the Jobs Fund and say, okay, you know, we can reach SMEs, but the only thing that we make available is finance, we will say, well, cheers, mate. Sorry, that's not how we do stuff at the Jobs Fund, because that is not a sufficient precondition for building sustainable SMEs and creating a bigger ecosystem of SMEs in our country. I hope that I've answered that question. Thank you.
Thanks, DDG. Next slide, please. So the project example was shared with all registered delegates. So I think when we take the break, they will have a time to read through the example, because after the break, Fundo and Ben will demonstrate on how to complete the ABC PIMP, making use of the example that was provided to all the registered delegates. If are we ready to break?
Yes, we are, but I wonder if we want to take some questions. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. You know, there's a post on the chat here from Sihle Botolezi, and it says, I represent Kwanda Advisory. We assist applicants with putting together the application for the Jobs Fund. Can I please just be very clear? The Jobs Fund has not appointed any advisory consultancy to prepare applications on behalf of the Jobs Fund. You can do that at your own risk, but we do not have any preferential advisors putting together applications on behalf of others. The Jobs Fund technical team is available to answer your questions. If you choose, however, to use a third party to assist you, you do that at your own risk. However, also understand, as the Jobs Fund, we will not engage with your consultants without you. This is a principle because we need people to take ownership of the project. You are on the line for this. You are the partner, not your consultant. And so we will never engage with your consultant on your behalf. If that is your approach, then don't come to the Jobs Fund. You can do what you do at risk. We will also provide support, but please understand how we would then engage further. Thank you. Sorry, Eve.
No problem. Thank you. We seem to be running about 8 minutes ahead. So I wonder if we should just answer some of the layered questions. And colleagues, I'm just going to shoot at you if that's okay. I see there's one from Tamari about how we make sure these intermediaries don't abuse the system. I assume, Tamari, you're referring to financial intermediaries. Yeah, let me try and answer that. We have a very rigorous system of monitoring, and also during the appraisal process, we unpack in great detail the value proposition, the gap, the funding gap, and the model and the suitability to the Jobs Fund purpose and mandate. And we contract for that and we monitor for that. So we believe we have systems in place to manage abuse. And I think so far we've done all right. I hope I've responded to your question. Then, Ben, I know you were speaking to Noel about in-kind. Okay, I think you have responded to it. So Noel, just to be clear, any funding that's not cash will not contribute to your eligibility score. So you can bring in infrastructure, land, etc., but we would not consider that as match funding. And if that's all you're planning to bring in, you will then be deemed ineligible. So those are all enabling things to get the project going, but we still do need you to show that you can raise cash match funding and put it into the project. And then, sorry, Zinat, yes, someone seemed to be struggling with the ABC PIMP example and so on. I don't know, Vuyo, are you able to assist there, or Eldon?
We will be doing a WeTransfer link for them now.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much.
Eve, there's a question
Yes.
from Shaluba around for private companies, is the Jobs Fund grant fully tax exempt? Would possible tax implications need to be budgeted for?
Okay, so thanks. Ben, can I ask you to come in here and address Shaluba's question just so they get a different voice?
Thanks, Eve.
Yeah.
Okay, so in as far as the income is concerned, which is the grant income, there's no tax on that. However, for VAT, the project becomes a net receiver of VAT. In that case, those funds then are supposed to be brought back to the project and be utilized in the project. So we then account for VAT returns. But the income of the Jobs Fund grant is not taxable, and you will not even issue an invoice to the Jobs Fund. Thank you.
Thanks, Ben. And then Rahima's question on delivery. Vuyo, are you able to assist us there? Depending on the delivery on PIMP and contracting, the lead might need to spend and then claim to keep the project on. Sorry, let me do that, Vuyo. So Rahima, as long as that spend happens after the IC approval, and having said that, that's still all done at risk. If your project is not approved, obviously you cannot claim it, and it must be spent as though it was approved in a ring-fenced bank account. But please speak to your originator appraiser so we get all the approvals done for that, so that you're not found on the wrong side of that. We do need to approve it upfront. I don't know, DDG, I want to ask you to address Matimba Julian about the historic acceptance rate and there's a posit that our fund seems to fund large corporations with average grant of 50 million. Can I ask you to address that?
Yeah, sure. I think that I have begun to address that by explaining how we operate as the Jobs Fund, that we work through intermediaries who have specialist knowledge, who can do a much better job than us to support SME development. I think that the issue about the average grant that's allocated is the issue rather is how much of that grant money reaches the SMEs, for example. And so when we appraise a project, we would look at how, so if there was 50 million, for example, and the intermediary matched us with 50 million, we would look at how is our 50 million deployed. Is it primarily deployed towards operational expenses? We will say no to that. So the bulk of our grant must flow towards the end recipient, the end beneficiary. So this is not about exclusion. It is about how we assess a program, a possible intervention. It's about how we determine how much of that grant money flows to our target audience. And that target audience is women, youth, it's SMEs, etc., smallholder farmers, emerging farmers, and that is what it's important. It's not about the average amount of grant that's allocated. It's about how that grant is utilized and deployed by the intermediary who has made that application. And I can assure you that in that deployment of funds, a key aspect of our appraisal is to see how that funds flow and how much of that money reaches the end beneficiary that we have targeted as the Jobs Fund. So I hope that I've made it very clear. This is not about, we don't have a criteria about supporting corporates. We don't have a criteria about only supporting NPOs, but we do have criteria about value for money. We do have criteria around sustainability. We do have criteria around innovation. We do have criteria around systemic impact. That is what we base our assessment on, and we look to partner with organizations that have a track record in providing invaluable support to the target audience that we have identified: women, youth, unemployed people, farmers, etc., etc. So I hope that I've dispelled any kind of assertion that we only support large corporates. We support anybody who will meet all our competitive criteria and do that well, and who is able to reach our target audience, because we believe that they can do it better than we can. Thank you.
Okay, so I will ask that we now break on time. We'll continue to address the questions in the chat and in discussion, but we'll come back here for the rest of our program at 11:20. But in the meantime, we'll take the opportunity to respond to questions. Thank you.
All right. Good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. I hope we are all sort of coming back from our tea break now. My name once again is Vuyo Tetyana. I will be facilitating the next two segments of our training session. So team, we have a couple of questions that still need to be responded to. If someone has responded to these questions, do please alert me, but I was just checking just now. We've got a question that is coming from Shazia. And the question reads as follows. Eve, if you don't mind, I'm going to ask you or Ben if you could just take this question, please. So the question from Shazia is, hi there, we are a training company. Two questions. Number one, trainer salaries are a majority of our cost and directly benefit the end learner. So can the salaries be accounted in addition to the 20% cap for operational and fixed costs? All right, so that's the first part of the question. And then the second part is, would independently verified statements be sufficient instead of audited statements? Can we try and respond to that question quickly, please?
Hi, Vuyo. We responded to Shazia, but
Okay.
maybe if she has a follow-up, we'll pick it up.
All right, great stuff. Thank you very much. And then did we respond to Mariel's question as well, community keepers? So Mariel's question is, where there is one project, we have.
Yes, we have, Joe.
All right, great stuff. Thanks a lot, Zaid. Okay, I think then, ladies and gentlemen, we can proceed then to the next segment of our training, and that is on how to complete the ABC PIMP from a monitoring and evaluation perspective is how we call it. But essentially, my colleague Mfundo is going to be taking us through how we set project activities, outputs, and outcomes, how we set means of verification. There was a question that also had come up about those. So to say, what are the program indicators that project will be expected to respond to during implementation, as well as means of verification. So the project example was shared with everybody, but I'm just going to ask Mfundo as he's coming through, just to do a quick summary, Mfundo, if you can, of the project example, so that we're all on the same page in case one or two people may not have yet received the example. There were people who were still getting it transferred to them via retransfer rather. So let's just do a quick summary of that project example, Mfundo, so that everybody understands the mechanics of the example in order to then be fully present in engaging on the next segment on completing the ABC PIMP. Thank you very much. Over to you, Mfundo.
Thanks, Vuyo. Good day to everyone. Let me then just share my screen. Please, can I see thumbs up if you can see my screen?
We can see it, Mfundo.
Alrighty. Okay. So good day, everyone. My name is Mfundo Ndlovu. I will then be taking you through the ABC PIMP. But firstly, I will just give you a bit of a summary in terms of the example that has been set. Now, I will just close off my video for connectivity, and then I will just take you through the example quickly before I move to the ABC PIMP. So the example that has been shared is basically what we're going to be using to complete the ABC PIMP that will follow. So the project title from this example is Removing Barriers to Youth, the lead applicant being Advantage Employment Consultancy, Pty Limited. Implementing partners or agents is World Skills Development NPC and Youth for Jobs NPC. The location is in Mpumalanga, and the sector that we are focusing on today is information and communications technology, which is ICT. Now, in terms of the funding that is required, the applicant is requesting 10 million from the Jobs Fund, and will put in match funding of 10 million. Now, this is again related to our criteria of if it's a PTY limited, it's then 1-to-1 request for grant funding and match funding. Now, this example has broken down the match funding where the applicant will put in 8.25 and contributions from other sources, which in this example is Vista Foundation, will put in 1.75. There won't be any loan financing for this project, and there will be in-kind match funding. Now, I know that in the chats, there've been questions around match funding, and I think Ben will then deal with that when he goes through his session. The expected project outcomes for this project is that there is about 5 indicators, which is the number of permanent placement beyond project partners, the number of fixed-term placements beyond project partners, which is contracts of 12 months and more, number of permanent placement with project partners, number of permanent fixed-term placements with project partners. And then we have the last one, which is program indicator 6, which is about trained beneficiaries. In terms of project specific indicators, there is number of candidates that will be enrolled onto the project, the number of participants completing soft skills training, and number of participants completing ICT training, and the number of employers signing offtake agreements. Now, I will not go through the entire example because of time, colleagues, but basically what the example is about is that there seems to be issues in the ability of employers finding youth with ICT skills and actually placing them into open vacancies within their organizations. Now, Advantage Employment Consultancy, which is a for-profit company, will then be engaged in a project where they identify, train, and place these candidates with the various employers after having offtake agreements. I am just wondering from the floor if you are all good that we proceed. So I will like to see thumbs up.
The thumbs up coming up, we may proceed.
Awesome. All right. So I will move on then from the example to then the ABC PIMP. Now the DDG calls this the holy grail for us as the Jobs Fund. I call it the gospel of the Jobs Fund, right? Because this is what we used to actually have a look at your project and the activities that are going to be undertaken, as well as to provide us with an indication of the deliverables per quarter for the next 2 years. So I will take you through that. One thing that I wanted to mention, because I did see a question on the chat about the example. This is only just an example. Please do not use this. You can download a fresh version from the GMS. Our guys from the GMS will then take you through where you find these documents so that you can download and then work through them, because it will confuse you seriously if you try and then use this. It's better if you have a fresh one. Zamile has taken us through the architecture of the ABC PIMP, which gives us all of these tabs that you are going to complete. So I will start you off at project information. Now, as you would have seen in our example, our project name is Removing Barriers to Youth Employment, and then you are required to provide a brief description of your project. What this is that you need to give an indication to whomever is picking up this document of a very brief summary of what the project is about, right? So if I may just read through this for you, is that Advantage Consultancy proposes to implement an innovative initiative to provide unemployed youth people, young people, with support mechanism to enable them to access and take advantage of opportunities available. The project will focus on opportunities within the information and communication technology sector, in the main, which is considered to be on the current growth, one of the current growth sectors in South Africa. It will be implemented in and around Mbombela area, where Advantage Employment Consultancy has a presence and the necessary capacity in place. Unemployment amongst youth of the area counts as one of the highest in the country at 74.5. So that gives us a basic understanding of what the project is about then. You then complete who is going to be our jobs fund partner, and in this case is Advantage Employment Consultancy, and you are then required to complete the sector in which the organization operates, which here is information, communication, and technology, which is the ICT sector. The ABC PIMP requires that you input the JF number. This again will come from the grant management system. When you register your project, it will then give you a JF number, which is what you input there. You will then input the grant funding requested as well as the match funding. The sector in which the opportunities are created. So you would have seen that this is the sector the organization operates, but this is actually the sector in which the jobs will be created. So you might find that your organization is in the financial services sector, but that your jobs are going to be coming from information and ICT sector. So you need to just indicate that for us so that we understand the full picture. The next section is about the implementation start date. Now, you would have heard from the DDG's presentation earlier that after the 17th of July, there is an internal process that we're going to be undertaking up until February, probably, and then you will get an indication of whether or not your projects have been approved. All right. So the suggestion then would be to put in a project start date, let us say, of the 1st of April. Right? If we do that, it automatically gives you the project implementation end date. And what this does, it translates into the other tabs as well. So with this one, having your project start on the 1st of April, you then need to choose the start quarter. So the Jobs Fund operates in these four quarters in a year, right? Which is quarter 1, April to June, quarter 2, June to September, 3 is October to December, and quarter 4 is Jan to March. So you having your project start on the 1st of April, we then have April to June there as the quarters, because it will translate into the activities outcome and cost tab. I'll show you in a minute. What's important also is that you put in the contact person for your organization as well as the contact number, because once the project or the application period closes, we then go into our internal review process, and we will need to get a hold of you, and we need to have the right numbers to be in contact there. Right. So I will take you then to the second tab, which is the activity output and outcome cost tab. I will just firstly take you back to the bird's eye view, which is what Zamila gave us earlier, which gives us the project results chain, the activity-based costing, as well as the implementation schedule. But our focus right now is the project results chain, so I will take you back there again. Now, before I start here, I just want to let you know, colleagues, that when you are then thinking through your projects, you need to sit internally and do a brainstorm session in terms of how is this project going to be delivered. Now, based on our our session internally in terms of the project, we've identified 3 main activities, right? Which is recruiting people onto the program. It is the training the enrolled participant, and then placing the trained participants onto the jobs that are available. Now, one thing, yes, sir.
Sorry to disturb, Mfundo. There is a request from some of our participants to just make the slide a little bit bigger. If you could just zoom in,
sure,
when we're speaking to a particular section of the PIMP. Thank you very much.
Definitely. All right. So, like I said, so you would have then had a conversation internally in terms of what your main activities are, and within those main activities, you will break them down into smaller sub-activities. So this is what I've put in here. I will just go through 2 of them because of time. But what will happen is that in your project, you might have more than 3, right? And we've given you more areas where you can actually input your activities. There's about 6 of them that you will use to actually map out your project. And then the 7th one is an internal one. I would ask that you please do not touch this or change anything here. This is basically what we work with internally in terms of us reviewing your project on a quarterly basis or through the lifespan of the project. So going back then to my activity category 1, which is the recruitment of candidates, we have broken down the activity into 7 or 8 sub categories. All right. So the first one is, in us then recruiting the candidates for the project, is that let us then advertise the initiative to everybody involved. And since we are in Mbombela, we'll use the local newspaper, we'll use the Sowetan Live, for instance, and the Citizens. And since we are living in a digital era, we will also use Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. Colleagues, I would like to request that when you are doing your sub-activities, put as much detail as possible on the sub-activities, because what that allows us to do when we are reviewing your project is to better understand exactly what will be done in that activity. As you are seeing with mine here, is the advertisements that are then going to be going out. And then from there, I will have the outputs from that activity. Now, what's important here is that please use numerical statements in order for us to be able to then project for your projects going forward. So sorry, let me just move this back. So for my one here, in terms of advertisements, and what I've said here is that the internal communications team will design the adverts for press publication and each of the social media posts. And then here, in terms of the outputs that I will have for that particular activity, is that I will have the number of adverts that will be posted. Importantly, so we need to provide our activities with assumptions, which is what we expect will be happening for those. For instance, for this one is that the advert will be placed twice in the Lowveld, which is the local community newspaper, once in the Sowetan Live, and twice in the Citizens. So if you calculate all of that, you will have 5 adverts that will be going out to newspapers. Now, in terms of social media campaigns, we will post twice a week for 3 weeks for each of the platforms, including Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. And out of that, we are expecting that we will have 18 advertisements going out. And then because here we had put in the number of adverts that will be posted, and based on our assumptions then in period 1, which is April to June, again going back to what I said earlier in terms of the project start and end, is that it automatically fed that from April to June I will then post the 23 adverts. I hope we are still good there, colleagues. Is everyone following? Again, please use your emojis. All right. Okay. I'm seeing a few, but okay. So I think before I continue to my sub-activity again, is that you will see here that because the Jobs Fund project is going to be implemented over a 2-year period, the project automatically counts for you the 2-year period, which is the 8 periods that you're going to be implementing from April 24 to March 26, for instance. All right. Now, sub-activity 2, which is still related to us recruiting candidates, is that we're going to be testing walk-in application process, online application systems, and USSD application system, and finalize for receiving applications. Now, what this is that young people will apply for this initiative either by walking into the center, accessing the application online, or via the USSD system, where the USSD system does not require you to have any internet connectivity, thereby broadening our access. Again, here, what we are going to have as output is the number of applications that we will receive from the young people. Now, the assumption, again, is very important that we make sure that we put this in, is that based on our previous support initiatives, the response rate from press adverts, for instance, is 100 from Lowveld Community Newspaper, 200 from the Sowetan, 150 from the Citizen. The social media campaign is likely to reach a much broader number of people, but we are expecting at least 300 applications for this. All applications will be received by the closing date, which is a month after launching. There is a significant interest in the program from young people. So those are my assumptions. Now, based on my assumptions, you will see there that we have 750 applications that we have received based on the adverts that we have taken out. Sub-activity 1.3 is that from that, then we will shortlist our candidates based on a criteria that we would have set. Now, it is important, colleagues, that when you do your application, you make sure that you select, you provide us with a selection criteria that will be used by your project. For this project, for instance, the selection criteria is that our youth must be between 18 and 35 years of age. They must live near the Youth Advisory Center, which is in Nelspruit. They must be willing and able to attend classroom-based training, which is twice a week, and want to work in the ICT roles. So from that, then the number of candidates that are So from that, the number of candidates that will be shortlisted is going to be 600. Now, this is based on assumption that 80% eligibility rate, and this is based on campaigns that the organization has run previously, that 80% will actually fit the bill to be part of this. Now, the youth project staff will take approximately a week to shortlist these applications. So we still fall within the April and June period of implementation. Now, that is at sub-activity 1.3. Sub-activity 1.4, we then look at shortlisting the candidates and contacting them and schedule aptitude and technical skills testing, either online or at one of the youth project offices. The aptitude test then will assess what a person is capable of doing or predict what a person is able to learn or do given the right education and instruction. The aptitude test consists of verbal and non-verbal testing. Verbal test will assess the ability to analyze verbal data, make astute decisions, and non-verbal test will assess the ability to handle numerical data, patterns, and problem solving. As you can see there, colleagues, I did not spare any detail. I provided as much detail as possible, and that is what we are expecting from you when you are completing your ABC PIMP. Now, from that, our output is number of candidates that have completed aptitude test and skills assessment, and that is then translated to the 570. Now, this is based on a dropout rate from shortlisting testing, and this is also, again, based on our campaigns that have been run previously. Now, all of this, as you can see, colleagues, still happens in period 1, right? So our recruitment, because we have 3 months, still happens in period 1. So at the end of this stage or sub-activity, we have 570 candidates that have been enrolled onto our program. In terms of sub-activity 5, is that based on the aptitude and skills assessment, candidates are then selected for different ICT sector roles. So this is then the number that I selected based on the aptitude test, and this is candidates that meet the aptitude requirements are enrolled. It will take about a week to analyze the test and then allocate candidates onto the ICT streams. Moving on to 1.6. So what this project did is that, yes, you are going to undergo an aptitude test, but also you are going to go an additional gamification-based assessment, which will then, make sure that you are put in the right roles. So for that is that the number of candidates selected from the different ICT roles. So this is candidate that miss the requirements are enrolled into different ICT roles. So you'll see from the aptitude test to gamification, we still have the numbers and we still have that under the single period. 1.7 for us is then candidates enrolled into ICT skills development program, which is a much longer program. And now we understand exactly where our candidates will be falling into. Now, this would be, in terms of our output, is the number of candidates enrolled into ICT skills development program, and we still have 500 there. One of the things that you would have seen when we started is that, so I'm looking at, sub-activity 1.8, right, is that there are applicants that were not selected for ICT training, are then referred to other support services such as CV development and other training. Now, this refers back to the candidates that were brought into the project or that had applied, but were not eligible to come into the ICT program. And here we have made a plan that they are going to be referred to other services. So again, it's the number of applicants that are referred to support services, and it is expected that all of those who were not selected for the ICT program will be referred to other support services, which we have there 250. What I want to just state, which is important, I think Zamile touched on when he was doing the overview, is that for each of the main activities, we expect that you are going to then have an overall milestone output. So for instance, here, the activity is to recruit candidates onto the program. Therefore, the overall milestone output is that the number of candidates enrolled into ICT skills training program, right? And what we're saying here is that 88% of the tested candidates meet aptitude requirements based on previous campaigns run and are enrolled into the support programs. Candidates will be ready to begin training in period 2. So as you can see there, the assumption is that we would have had all of our guys in period 1, and therefore we will start the next activity in period 2. Now, in your project, you might find that the enrollment is done over a period, and that is fine. You can always just break that up as per your project. But one thing also that I want to highlight here is that the overall milestone, what we'd like for you to do is to then take this overall milestone and put it under project-specific indicators. Now, the project-specific indicators are on the sheet as well, but they are just below the program indicators, which I will take you through now. But they are milestone and project-specific indicators. So you put them here so that as we are implementing the project, we are able to follow in terms of your project logic and whether or not you are then going to be able to meet the eventual targets. So, Boyo, I am just checking on you if there's anything on the chat regarding activity 1 before I move to activity 2. And if not, I will proceed.
There's nothing yet on activity 1, Mfundo. We are responding to some of the questions that are coming through, though. So if there are questions on activity category 1 that still are coming, we will respond to those. So I think let's proceed in the meantime.
All right. Thank you, Vuyo. So yes, then as mentioned earlier, we had 3 main activities for this project. The first one was recruiting, and the second one is then training. Now, you will see from that there seems to be a sequence of events, right? We recruit first, and then we train. And then following our training, we do the placements. So make sure that when you are then completing your ABC PIMP, you then use your project plan and make sure that each activity follows the next. Okay, so in terms of us then training the enrolled project participants, firstly, what we are going to do is to have a training curriculum developed for the ICT training program. Now, you would remember that in our example, we had 2 implementing partners that we were working with. So for instance, here, Youth Work Skills Development, NPC, will lead curriculum development. The curriculum will be informed by research that is conducted with employers in the ICT stream and their stated skills requirement. And secondly, the input from Tshwane University of Technology, Bombela, Nelspruit will also provide input. You can still see the colleagues that I provide as much detail for us to actually understand what it takes to develop that curriculum. So the output then for developing the curriculum is that the number of curricula that will be developed. Again, I'm still using my numeric statements so that I'm able to then put in the target under period 1, where we will develop 1 curricula for our project. Now, is the assumption is that the requirements of the employers that we are going to be dealing with is not going to change within the next 3 months. So this will apply then for our project. The second sub-activity in us training the enrolled participants is that participants attend an orientation session. Okay, sorry, let me just go back here, right? Because I just want you to understand that even though this is now activity 2 of training, you will still see that the activity is delivered in period 1, right? Which is training of, well, developing the curriculum. Because what we want for this project is that once we have enrolled the candidates, we don't then want to start developing the curricula. So the enrollment and the development of curricula will happen in parallel to each other. So it is very important that we make sure that those activities are distinguished and you are able to then project for them as the project will be happening, because this is something that will be scrutinized within the Jobs Fund in terms of the delivery of these activities and how they then, match each other. So sub-activity 2 then is that participants will attend an orientation session for the program delivered by the project staff. Roles and responsibilities are explained and expectations are managed. This will be half-a-day session held either virtually or in physical hubs. So here we will then have number of orientation sessions that will be held for the project, which then gives us 2 in period 2. Now, why is it that we have 2? The assumption is that the ICT orientation will be divided into 2 groups. All right, each group will attend their own orientation session. All participants will be available for the orientation session, is another assumption that we've made there. In terms of 2.3 is that all enrolled participants undergo soft skills training delivered by Youth for Jobs NPC. Again, colleagues, you'll remember that we had implementing partners for this project, and Youth for Jobs, for instance, is going to then be responsible for soft skills training for this project. The curricula has already been developed and consists of the following 7 modules, which is leadership, teamwork, communication, problem solving, work ethic, flexibility, and etc. The course is held over a 3-day period, and the output for that is the number of soft skills training courses that will be held. So here we then have the 2 training courses that will be held. So it says our assumption is that each of the 2 groups attended separate session. All participants will be available to attend the 3-day soft skills course. It is expected that there will be a 5% drop off. You will see that when we go through other activities as well. Then lastly, for this activity is that the advanced ICT candidates will go through Cisco training, A+, N+, web development, Java, etc. So that is all the technical training that the guys are going to be going through. So in order to complete their formal qualification, candidates will need to obtain at least 75% mark in all of their coursework. Training will be undertaken over a 9-month period. What this does, colleagues, is then it gives us an indication of the timing of then the delivery of the number of candidates that will be completing the advanced ICT training. As we said, it's 9 months. So from then the period 2 all the way to period 4, that is then the 9 months. And that is when we deliver then the 475 candidates that we would have trained. So that is then all for now for training the enrolled participants. And again, colleagues, I will take you to the overall milestone for the project, not for the project, but for the main activity, that there will be the number of candidates completing the ICT training program, and that is going to be 475. Now, in the next activity, it would be then placement of these candidates, right? And then you will have to identify some of the activities or sub-activities that you will put through to actually make sure that candidates are placed in the various placements that are available. I will then move on to activity number 7. So just do this because I want this to, okay. Now, as previously mentioned, you don't have to do anything to these activities because these are standard for the Jobs Fund. for all of our projects. And I will take you through them in terms of what they are, because obviously there are activities that you are still going to have to do for us to be able to realize these outputs for activity 7. So monitoring and evaluation main activity is divided into 6. And the first one is that you are required to recruit a suitable monitoring and evaluation firm that will produce an overall M&E plan for the initiative, and that will conduct evaluations on the project. So what we would like to see at the end of that is the number of independent monitoring and evaluation firms that are contracted. We would like to see that done once we contract, that you have those. But I think when you are engaging with your team allocated for you during the application process, they will engage with you in terms of you trying to get a service provider that will actually conduct the formative evaluation for you. Importantly, is that the service provider here must be an external service provider, because we are wanting to have an objective view of the project itself and the monitoring plan going forward. All right. 7.2, which is the project teams work closely with M&E firm to ensure workable M&E plan is developed. The independent M&E service provider will assist in ensuring that the project's data collection, reporting processes are fully functional, and will produce an M&E plan for the project's implementation and post-implementation. So here you will have the number of M&E plans that will then be delivered in the first period of the project. One of the important things that I think I must highlight, colleagues, is that the Jobs Fund is facilitating or supporting innovative solutions to delivery of jobs. And we are wanting to understand what makes these models work. And we are wanting to understand where these projects started and the trajectory or the way in which these projects are implemented. And at the end, we are able to then assess these project models and be able to give, learnings and ways on how these projects have been implemented. The 7.3, colleagues, is then the project team plans for evaluation and ensures that the M&E plan begins the formative and summative evaluations at least 3 months before the evaluation report is due. Project team also prepares for and conducts their self-evaluation and a report prepared by the project team in on performance of the project. This is not an independent evaluation. Now, the projects, in terms of the output, is that you are required to have the number of evaluations. What you will see here in my projections is that period 1, I have 2, and then at period 1, I have 1, period 2, I have 8. Period 1 will deal with the formative evaluation that will be submitted 3 months after the project has started. So once we sign the contract with you, 3 months after that, at your first reporting, you are then meant to submit a formative evaluation. The formative evaluation, again, is conducted by a independent M&E firm, and we will work through that with you in terms of developing the terms of reference, and it is a mandatory submission that needs to come in because it will then affect your disbursement in that first period. The self-evaluation, colleagues, is an evaluation that you will do internally, where you will sit back and look at what model you propose to the Jobs Fund in terms of implementation and job creation, in terms of impact, whether it's social impact, in terms of its sustainability, and in terms of how it has been implemented, and you will prepare a self-evaluation. So it's looking internally into the program and its ability to actually deliver on the program. And that is what you submit 6 months before the project ends, right? And that allows us to actually review as the Jobs Fund and provide you with comments so that by the end of the project, we have finalized the self-evaluation. In terms of the summative evaluation, it is similar to formative evaluation in a sense that you will be required to appoint an independent evaluator that will prepare the summative evaluation for you. That is required 4 months after the project ends. So for instance, for this project, the project ends March 2026, therefore, in July, you will then be required to submit the summative evaluation. 7.4, colleagues, deals with audits. Now, what you will be required to do is you will be required to recruit a suitable audit firm that would conduct your annual independent audits on the project. All projects within the Jobs Fund portfolio are required on an annual basis to submit an audit. So the Jobs Fund team will share with you the terms of reference of what is required in that audit. So in period 1, for instance, so your project team will recruit the suitable audit firm, and then the output for that is the independent firm contracted, and that needs to be done just before we contract and make sure that that is in place. Then we talk about the audits themselves. The project team plans for audits and ensures that audits are carried out and finalized before the reports are due with the Jobs Fund. Now here we are talking about the number of independent audits that will be received. And again, you will see here in the first year, you will have one at the end of that first year, and then you will have another one at the end of the second year. What I want to say here is that the audit is expected each year, covering part or in whole, depending on the project start date and end date from April to March. The audits are due for submission to the Jobs Fund by 30 June. Sorry. So again, I think the first assumption applies here, depending on when your project starts, then that will be when your audits will be due. It is expected that you submit this with your reporting at the end of the quarter. Lastly, the project team will then be involved in tracking the project progress and data collection and evidence verification to ensure that the quarterly reports submitted to the Jobs Fund are valid and accurate. One of the important things, colleagues, that the Jobs Fund looks to is the integrity of the numbers that are reported to us. Right, so we just need to make sure that when we are reporting jobs, for instance, when we are reporting training, for instance, that the evidence that is submitted supports the reported numbers, because we want to be able to be confident that in the numbers that we report to our principals are the correct numbers, and will stand the test if that is required. So on a quarterly basis, you are required to report on project progress, and that happens at least about 7 days after the project is closed. So for instance, if your period ends in June, then 7 days after that in July, you are then required to put in your quarterly report. So I will move on then to the anticipated outcomes. Now, as per our example, you would have seen that there are a number of jobs that are required. For instance, we've got indicator 2, indicator 2.2, 3, 3.2, and 6. Now, you are required that you obviously project this on your ABC PIMP. Now, based on our project, you will see there that we have about 11 indicators, but you put whatever is specific to your project. As indicated previously in the example, we have indicator 2.2, and indicator 3 as part of our jobs, as well as indicator 3.2. What this is that, you know, the number of fixed term placements beyond our project partners, this is contracts of 12 months or more. And what happens here is that you need to then provide employment contracts. I just want to show you, colleagues, let me just go up a bit, that you will see that there has been a change from the description of sub-activities from outputs from activities to now in terms of indicators where we are wanting means of verification. Now, the first price for us when you are reporting on jobs for the project is that we want employment contracts. So for instance, here in indicator 2, the number of permanent placements beyond project partners, we have put in employment contracts, and you would see there that it has been projected from period 4 onwards. Now, that is obviously going to be based on the agreements that you would have with your placement partners. But if I can just take you through the assumptions for this activity, is that it is anticipated that some of the participants will self-place, seek and secure their own jobs, and some will secure permanent placement with employers. Given the contract nature of the ICT work, it is anticipated that approximately 1/3 of the placements will be permanent positions, meaning indicator 1 and 3. It is assumed that trained participants will secure jobs within the 3 to 9 months of completing the training and reporting this to Advantage Employment Contract. So it is very important, colleagues, that we provide the assumptions for the jobs that will be created, because it gives us an indication of your understanding of the markets that you are working in, as well as your understanding of when these candidates will be placed. I will also just go through the number of fixed term placements beyond project partners, which is a contract employment. Now, from the Jobs Fund perspective, we expect that, you know, projects will create permanent employment or permanent placement. But then we understand that there are different sectors and different requirements per sector. And for instance, in the ICT sector, like I said earlier, is that some of them work in with projects. So the contracts probably will be 12 months, and then probably they will then be asked to renew those contracts based on projects that they get. Again, here we are projecting based on the numbers as they come in for your project, and that is after then the trained beneficiaries have been reported. So I will go through this as well. So again, it's number of fixed term placement with project partners. Okay, so let me just give you a bit of clarity beyond the two, right? There's beyond project partners and there's with project partners. So please just refer to your term sheet in terms of the definitions of each of the indicators that we have as the Jobs Fund, because you need to be sure that you are putting in the jobs where your project can actually create them. So just make sure that you interrogate your project and be sure that you are then putting the indicators in the right areas. But the team will also be looking at your project as well as the ABC PIMP and try to marry the two in terms of is then the numbers that have been projected, for instance, under 3.2 actually fit to this project, or should they be under 3.1, for instance? So those are then the engagements that you will have with your teams that are allocated to you during then the assessment period of the project. So these are then the other indicators that are delivered by the project. For instance, here we have trained beneficiaries. This will be linked to the guys that would have gone through the training, and you report them at the end of the training. I think that's one important thing that I must just state here for both of these two, is that for the time-bound internships as well as trained beneficiaries, we only report them at the end of their training, for instance, or at the end of their internship. So if you have an indicator 5, program indicator, for instance, what we may ask is that in the project-specific indicators, you put in the number of candidates that have been put into internship, but when you report them here when they've completed their internship. I hope I'm clear there, colleagues. All right. So I'm going to move on then to milestone and project-specific indicators. Now, you will remember that in my example, I had both of, I had these two, I had these two indicators, which you then pull from there and bring back to your project-specific indicators. This helps us as a team when we are then, monitoring the project of your progress, that one, you've got the number of candidates that have been enrolled, and it is the number that you are expecting. So if you can imagine, if this is 20, that then raises flags to us when we are looking at that project to say, are we then going to be able to deliver on the jobs come period 4 or 5 for this project? So this then helps both of us as the Jobs Fund and as the Jobs Fund partner to be able to track the project. So it is important that under the project-specific indicators, we put in those milestone indicators. But more importantly, is that we put in sustainability indicators here. What I mean by that is we'd like to see that the investment that the Jobs Fund has put in is actually making the difference out there, and that if you are supporting businesses, for instance, we are able to track their growth, we are able to track their sustainability throughout the project period and beyond. For this project, for instance, for this example, the one that we can have a look at maybe is the ability of the candidates to stay in employment for a longer period. So if we can track that throughout the projects, that yes, they are getting 6 months contracts, but from the 6 months, they move on to another 6 months. So in a sense, the employment is sustainable in that sense, because they are able to, one, create their own experience or improve their experience, but also they are able to get more jobs from project to project. All right, let me just see. So that is it in terms of the illustration of the ABC PIMP, colleagues. One question came through to say, can we do this in another format and submit to the Jobs Fund for approval? The quick answer is no. Like I said earlier, this is our holy grail, this is our gospel, and this is what we use to track our project. So give yourself some time to go through the ABC PIMP and provide as much detail as possible with regards to this. Plan your project out, put in your activities, your outputs, and as well as the timing of this. And if you have any issues, the Jobs Fund remains available. So what you will do is we will provide you with an email that you will be able to send your queries to, and we will respond to you within 24 hours in terms of what you need to do or to unlock any issues so that you are able to submit your applications on time. I think Eldon, when he came in, initially he showed you the GMS has 34 days remaining. Please do not take that lightly. There's a lot of work that needs to go through this, that you put in your application as soon as possible. Start preparing your ABC PIMP, and if you have questions, we'll remain available to assist you. Vuyo, I think I am handing back over to you, sir. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Mfundo. Really appreciate the session. And maybe just to reference Claire's point that she just made now, and that's to say there's quite a lot of information that we are sharing with you now. And it is, of course, a lot to process. And so again, just to reiterate, Claire was asking the question, will the Jobs Fund team be available to assist with any questions with respect to the ABC PIMP and the completion of the ABC PIMP? And the emphatic answer is yes. We will be available. We do understand that there's a lot to process, particularly in relation to your specific project or application, right? So we do understand that, but we do need to share the basics with yourselves and ensure that everyone is at least clear that one, these are the sets of indicators that we're looking at, and this is more or less how you go about completing, but also to appreciate the amount of detail that goes into the completion of the ABC PIMP, right? It's just but one part of the application process itself. So indeed, please, let's not leave this to the last minute. Please do reach out to us where you've got questions as you're going through your ABC PIMP completion. We are available to answer those questions. We haven't nominated any third party to assist us and support us in that regard. So with that being said, we have gone through a number of questions that we've answered in the chat. There are, though, a few more questions, I think 2 more questions, Mfundo, that are not yet answered. I'm just going to read Sean's question very quickly. For the activity-based costing, what information, if any, should we input for the M&E and audit sections? Should these sections remain blank since we don't have terms of reference for firms that need to provide these services? So Sean, I'm presuming you are speaking in respect of activity category 7 of the ABC PIMP. And the response is no, they should not remain blank. We are asking our applicants to reach out to M&E firms and to audit firms to give them indication in terms of how it is that they can budget for those services, understanding the amount of work that would go into either the evaluation of a project or the auditing of a project. So this is how we've done it for the last 10 years, and we are asking that you please do approach credible companies to assist you with those estimates around budgets. And then there's another question from Andile. Can we extend the closing date by a month? Andile, we can't, unfortunately. As the DDG has indicated, this entire process has now been hardwired, so we can't then extend. And the recording will be shared on our website, Disetso, as we've indicated earlier on. And let me just see. Okay, so the DDG is answering some of these questions as we go. Just want to see which ones we haven't yet responded to. Okay, so hi, I understand impact criteria are listed in the term sheet, but could you please share additional documentation on the following? What is the maximum score that can be earned for meeting each impact criteria? For example, out of 5, can you please share the rubric for each score? Hilton, I'm just going to ask you to respond to this one. What is the maximum score that can be earned for the grant amount requested per job generated? Is there a specific weight on impact criteria versus grant requested from the jobs fund, the JF per job generated? So the general thrust here, Hilton, is around our impact criteria and whether we can share that information, and what are the maximum scores and the like. Do you want to take that one?
Yeah, Vuyo, let me give it a bash. So the rubric for the impact criteria is our own tool that we use to measure the competitiveness of the project against each other, since we're a challenge fund principle driven organization. So we don't necessarily share the rubric of our measurement with the applicants. Each impact criteria has a weighting that is given to it, and when we do our assessments, we then give weight on or score against the weight on each of that impact criteria, and the overall score determines who are the leaders and who are those that may not make it. There is no minimum or maximum that we say we will look at, but what happens is when all projects are weighted, we then do assessment via different committees. So we have the first level of weighting happens at the assessors and the teams that are working on the project. And then after that, there's a submission to the management committee, who also look whether the weighting satisfies what they see on each of those projects. And then after that, it goes to the technical evaluation committee, and lastly to our investment committee for final answers. So it may happen that within a certain sector, projects scored highly, let's just say 85% and above, and then we can then make a decision that the best projects that will be recommended are projects that would have scored 70 and above, as an example, and those that are below that may not be the first recommended projects. I don't know if I've answered it for you.
Thank you very much, Hilton. So the short sort of response to that, or summary of that, is the rubric is of course our IP as the jobs fund, so we don't share it. But of course it is applied across all the applications equally and evenly. And then with that, colleagues, I appreciate that we have already gone over our stipulated time. So may I please ask that we proceed in the following way, that we do take our lunch break, that is going to be about 30 minutes. So we would then reconvene at 1 p.m. We will still, during the lunch break, continue to respond to some of the questions that are coming up in respect of the ABC PIMP. So please rest assured that we will get to your questions, but we need to try and remain fidelis to our overall time frame for the session, so that we don't inconvenience other people. And as I said, we're 15 minutes over time. So may I please ask that we adjourn and that we reconvene at 1 o'clock, where we can then proceed with the following segment of the session. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see you then at 1 o'clock. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. We hope that you had a good break. We are, again, 15 minutes behind schedule at the moment, and we hope we can catch up so that we can meet our closing time. Our next segment continues on completing the ABC PIMP, but now we are taking a view from the finance perspective in terms of how to complete the ABC PIMP. And for this segment, we are going to be led by my colleague, Ben. Ben, over to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Vuyo, and also welcome once again to all the delegates. So my name is Ben Kasmukiri. I'm a technical financial specialist within the Jobs Fund, and I'm going to switch off my camera and then see how far we can claw back those 15 minutes. Next slide, please. Okay, so in the next one again. Good. So we just want to have a recap of the ABC PIMP and specifically looking at the 3 tabs that relates to finance, of which we have the first one, which is the financing plan. The financing plan is the income side of the ABC PIMP or the budget, as you may want to call it. It then records all the income that relates to the project, i.e. the grant funding, the match funding, and any project income that the project might have. Let's go to the next one. Okay, and then we also have a funding allocation tab. This tab identifies in totality all the inflows and outflows, and then we allocate these according to who's funding them, based on the funding gap, i.e. A certain percentage is funded by the Jobs Fund grant, a certain percentage by the by match funding or in-kind match funding or loan match funding or other income. The next one, please. Good. And then once all is said and done, we now do have the summary of the score, which is a standard chart of accounts, which is really a Jobs Fund tool which identifies all the costs. And I shall then be going through an example now to show how we account for the activities. How do we cost them, or how do we create a budget? For that, I think I should now share my screen. Good. So I am going to be a little bit fast, and Eve, my colleague, will be taking questions. And if it's possible, if she needs to come through and clarify, she'll come through. So our first activity here was advertising. You know, as Fundo has outlined everything regarding that. So when you then come under column U here, and I've put this in red to identify what is the project cost description, advertising and social media campaigns. And then the next thing that you then do under the score level 1 cost per item, there's a drop-down menu where you go and select which one is applicable for this kind of expenditure. I think we've seen that it's actually goods and services. We click that, and then second score level 2, we click again, and then we are talking about advertising, and then we find here our advertising, marketing, and communication. Then the next one is the cost, the total cost of the activity for the duration of the project, 165,000 rands, and according to how these are paid. So when we talk about reimbursed expenditure or direct expenditure, I think it was explained before that we have a project bank account, and ideally we want all the match funding to be paid into the project bank account, the grant amount to be paid to the project bank account, and all expenditure should take place from that account. So,
Ben.
yes.
Sorry to disturb.
Sure.
There's been a request if you could please just zoom in a little bit more. Participants are struggling to see.
Sure.
Yeah.
That's fine. Is it better now?
Yeah, I think it's better now.
Okay, good. Thank you,
Yeah.
Vuyo. And then in this case, we're saying that there's a direct payment from the project bank account to the service providers. And then also we have then to have valuation and assumptions for costs. Inflation or any escalation, in this case, we say it's 0 because the activities are happening within 2 months or 6 months or 2 quarters. Okay. Then we also do have now what we call a cost assumption. And this is then like how much does it cost? How have you ascertained the cost? So in this case, we're saying it's 20,000 to place an advert in the Sowetan Live, and as a once-off cost. This might have been based on the previous cost or average cost based on quotations in the previous financial year. And then when does the money actually get paid? In period 1, you pay 65,000. Then in period 2, you pay 100,000. And then we then move on to the total cost, total allocated cost. So you are supposed to have this total allocated cost should be equal to the total cost that we have put here. It shows that the total cost has been fully budgeted for in the quarters. So in that case, this amount should be the same. And then if it's not the same, here we have this section here which will show us that there's something wrong. So when there's a number here, positive or negative, it means that there's a challenge and we need to go back and allocate properly the cost. And then what are the risks or where applicable related to this costing? We say any changes in the quotations, we come back and say, oh, the costs have gone up, though in normal operations, you will not accept people to just change quotations just like that, but we just trying to be prudent. And what else might have changed? Maybe in this case, a social media influencer might have to change and hire another one. That's an assumption that we might have. So I also want to come down, right? So the other costs regarding to our projects, an example related to the shortlisting of staff. If you see here, candidates shall be shortlisted, and then the staff that's performing that job are working for our project, as per the example. And then where do we post that? First score level, they are already employed, so they go to edge compensation. It's a portion of staff that are working that are already employed and they are rendering their service for the project. We then click here that they are all existing staff. It might happen that there are specific project staff that are hired for the purposes of implementing the project, and those we can select here where we say new staff, right? And then the cost activity, 500,000 the total, and because this one here is cost of staff that are being apportioned per se, so it's more like a reimbursable cost. A reimbursable cost means that in some cases, and we do have limitations for this because we do not want, withdrawal of match funding, really, using your own corporate bank account. So through verifications and everything else that we can do in assessment or even implementation, we'll be able to ascertain the exact value of those staff or those activities that are happening in the main company bank account. For example, we might have the issue of pay as you earn being contributed to SARS, and the project itself is not registered for tax, but the applicant is. So then is the portion that is reimbursed. Okay, escalation might be 6% per annum because we're using the salary as a basis. And then what are the assumptions? Salary is rate per hour, and this is based on the current wage bill. Once again, we then have to apportion all our costs per quarter, right? All the way, and then you have our total, and we then say what are the risks that will affect this. Maybe changes in the annual rate of salaries may affect that, and it says will be affected in period 4. So I think if you look at our example again, we see that we started with 50, then 100, and then we ended up 150. It might be an effect of inflation. So those, we need to take those into cognizance, bearing in mind that the grant that you've applied for, and if it once approved, is the only amount that you shall get. There will not be any additional. Then in our example, we had in kind, right? In kind costs of stationery, and then we also come and account for that here. And also, what are we paying? Which activities are we paying? It all relates to this activity, about selection criteria, aptitude testing, etc. And there might be some stationery that's required, and this applicant is giving these for free. Once again, we come here on score level 1, goods and services. It's a drop-down menu, and goods and services. And then we go to the next one, level 2. We're able to go down and select our printing and stationery. The amount is it direct? This was meant to be to put us off a little bit. There's no flow of money here, so it's really recognizing of invoices. There's no flow of money in the bank account, so it's really an invasive cost because we identify the in-kind match funding using the invoices and deliveries of that. Then of course the applicant will say, there's inflation year on year, and then we say, how do we assume the cost? It's a cost per unit, per beneficiary, and it's all based on quotations. And then we have the spread of the expenditure each period or each quarter, and then what are the assumptions? It's based on the existing support agreement that we have with the match funding partner, right?
Sorry, Ben, we
Sorry.
have a request to go over the reimbursement, the reimbursement section again, please.
Okay, for me to explain?
Yes, please.
Okay, no, thank you. Okay, so here's what happens. So what happens is that at the moment, as a JFA, a jobs fund applicant, you're going to bring in your own entity with its financials and everything, and that's get assessed. Then when you now go to the ABC PIMP from the beginning to the end, we're now talking about the project that we shall assess or that we shall implement, right? So in it, the project is going to open its own dedicated project bank account, where for all match funding, all grant amounts are going to be transferred therein, right? And the first price is that everything is spent in there. However, through experience, we've realized that the project is an unincorporated entity as it states. So it's governed by the grant agreement and its annexures, the main annexure being the ABC PIMP, which then has the budget. So it can happen there that there are costs that are shared, i.e. cost of salaries, as I have said now, that some of the people that are operating, like let's say the CEO, the project manager who's running another project, he is sharing their time in running the project as well. So it might happen there that the project has to reimburse or has to pay a portion of their salary. That's how we have this reimbursed expenditure. I'll rely on you if there is any comeback.
I see a thumbs up, but yeah, I see there is a bit of confusion between an in-kind cost and a reimbursive cost. But I think let's move on. If the question comes back again, we'll address. Thanks.
Okay, no, thank you. All right, so we've done this example to identify the in-kind, and then I think I'll do one more, or two more. All right. So the other one relates to additional training cost, of which we also come here and first score level, goods and services, and then training, and then we have the amount. Is it a direct cost? Yes, a direct cost, and inflation, and then what is the basis for that? We're then also looking at, say, is 3,500 costs per beneficiary for the number of beneficiaries that we have or that shall be trained, and then also these are based on quotations and experience, and then when does this amounts get paid, and then I think I've explained this phenomenon that we're supposed to make sure that we are balancing here, and then then won't have errors. Okay, let me see. Like I said, I promise that I just want to rush a little bit, and then if we can take questions, that will be good. Okay, I want to come back to the in-kind costs based on our example, that there shall be psychologists, that specialists that shall assist. So these services of a psychologist are going to be brought in, right, to assist, but the psychologist is already employed. This is a reimbursing cost or a portion that's been shared. Okay, we come here, we do our first level, second level score, and a 700, and this one here was meant to put us off. It's supposed to be there, and there's no percentage raise, and then it's a cost per hour. Yeah. Okay, I'll come back, and I want to go maybe now to activity number 7. I want to go to activity number 7, which is the predetermined activity of the jobs fund, where we have issues to do with audits and what you call this, audits, M&E, etc. And Mfundo said we should not touch that one. And we just want to go through that. Okay, here we are. All right, so there is a formative evaluation plan. There is then the summative evaluation plan, and then our first level score, goods and services, and then there's a drop-down menu. We're paying to consultants, even on the one at the bottom as well, and with the costs of the amount, and also the cost on the next one. And these are direct paid to service providers. There's a service in there. This one has got inflation. This one doesn't, because this one is done. The one at the top is done here. You get the quotation once, you know. So, and then the rest, the next one, we can get the quotation at the beginning, but payment of it is really at the end. That's the summative evaluation. And then we also have the project audit. So the project is supposed to be audited after every 4 quarters, And also in this case, and then the second quarter includes inception to date until closeout. So like there was a question to say, where does the money for the audit come from? It comes from the project budget, whichever way, based on the cash needs, of which I shall show on the next slide. So the same narrative as well as to goods and services, where do we pay, is paid direct, and assumptions is based on number of audit. We said the audits in this case, there are two. The first year shall be 200,000, and the second audit, which includes the closeout audit, will be 300,000. And there we are. The first one in period 5. We have an audit because we say let's have our audit after every 4 quarters, which is usually a year, and then the last one we've budgeted to the end of the project. Okay, so so after that, I want to move to, let me do the funding allocation. So the financing plan, as I said, the financing plan is where you enter the cash needs, the incomes, or how you are funding your activities. So you can see there.
Sorry, Ben. I'm just scrolling through the questions. So Felix has a question on how one if we distinguish between sources of funding on the expenditure side. So perhaps if we can just show, I mean, the answer is no, Felix, but yeah, maybe, I don't know, Ben, if you want to go to funding allocation now, or you park that question for when you get there.
Let me I'll go this after this one, right. So at the top there, you need to then to show the grant that you're applying for, right? It's a grant of you're applying for a grant of how much, which is in this case they're applying for 10 million, and then you need to put in identify when do you want the Jobs Fund grant until the maximum approved Jobs Fund grant, right? So there were questions about, do we invoice the Jobs Fund, etc. So no, these are transfers from the Jobs Fund to the project to implement the project based on the project plan, which is what we're talking about here. And then per our example, there was going to be 8.250 in match funding coming from own sources, and also we allocate it across all the way, and we have to state where is the application? Is it in application? So as you can see, the Jobs Fund grant is in application. Let me just increase that. The Jobs Fund grant is in application. This one, the funds are fully secured. And then, of course, when the team is doing the assessment, they need to go and look at the agreement, the funding agreement, the financials, to see that the applicant has got capacity to bring the said match funding. And then there's contribution from other sources, from Vista Foundation. So they've made a pledge 100%. We then have to look at the funding agreement, Vista's board resolution, stipulating that they are ready to give the funds. And then also as the funds come in, we then post it, right? And you can see it's 1,750 plus 8,250. It makes 10 million, which means the 1-to-1. And then we now have what we want to complicate ourselves with, which is this section here of in-kind match funding. The psychologist and stationery, as per our example, it was, I think it was 1 million. So we also identify as and when it comes. And this is verified using invoices and the funding agreement. And we also have an in-kind schedule. Then I'll come here in where questions are coming, Eve. Okay, so you now have in the funding allocation sheet to say, in which list all income and expenditure, right? So in this case, you have all our grant, all our match funding, and then come here, interest earned, we budget for that. If there were any product sales, we budget for that, loan repayments, and any other income. Here we put our VAT that we shall receive. So we do a VAT return for the project, and that which belongs to the project is to be transferred here and will be utilized based on what we would have agreed at contracting, or as the ABC PIMP progresses. So those conversations we'll be having with the team to say where and what can we use, but it's usually used for the project, right? And then you have your total costs as we have them there, and what you now have under is allocations now based on, or funding split based on the funding needs, right? So it's not a straight line to say, no, training, jobs and grant, this one, we assess what is the funding need, right? And then based on the funding need, then we say, okay, in this case, we have a total cost of 500,000 and 50-50, and then not there. And then here, we have a total of 1.5, and the jobs and grant is for 500,000, and then maybe on funding 375, and our in-kind match funding pays for that. And then coming back to this one here, I think also our stationery and stuff, that's a 300,000 that we had, is all fully funded by the in-kind. And then the list keeps on going on until we finalize. So you have these errors at the bottom, just because we've not done a full expenditure, we've just done the examples. And then you should make sure that there are no reds here. Green like this, good. Here, error is also checking that we've fully allocated everything. And I think at this juncture, if you want to bring, is the question still standing? Then I can.
Yeah, okay, yes, I think you've addressed the question on whether there's an allocation. So to the gentleman that asked it, you don't do it on a line by line basis, but on this aggregated view, which is located in the funding allocation, as Ben said, that's where you'll do the split, and it will be based on an assessment on our side, a discussion with yourselves, benchmarks, our experience, etc. And then, Ben, I just have a few questions to pose to you. So it's from Noel again, and he's also trying to understand the difference between reimbursed cost and cost, well, what's classified as reimbursed. So I'm going to read the question.
Sure.
So salaries are a good example where project hired staff, net salaries may come from the project bank account, correct. However, the payroll costs associated with those individuals will come from a corporate account and thus reimbursed. Is the guidance then that EMP 201 payments need to be separately costed for and classified as reimbursed? So he basically wants to know if the EMP 201 payments must be costed for separately and classified as reimbursement.
Yeah, that's correct. That's so the EMP 201, that is the return to the taxman, which includes project staff and existing staff. But when we account in the ABC PIMP, we account for all our costs at gross, right? At gross, because the ABC PIMP and the score, it is a mirror of your bank account, right? On a cash basis, right? So yes, it's correct. You then have to isolate that which belongs to the project and that which does not belong to the project on the corporate EMP01. But in the project, we would know because we would have budgeted knowingly, and we're able to track the individuals and the amounts that belongs to those that are performing work at the project level. Then
okay.
we do have.
There's another question. So I think it was Shelvia. asking about whether reimbursements can be drawn down from the project bank account after they've been paid from the company account. So Shazia, that's correct. But in order to do that, you need to then upfront tell us, indicate to us in the PIMP, we need to assess it, assess the reasonability of it, because as I said, we prefer to keep this to a minimum. So, I mean, that addresses the next question you have on whether there's a cap. We will assess it and see whether it's reasonable, because then otherwise it kind of negates the need for the ring-fence bank account if we're reimbursing everything. And yes, we do need to submit quotations for all costs in the ABC PIMP. So you can submit your PIMP when you upload, and whilst doing so, you can just in the other category upload quotations. Alternatively, when your appraisers are located to you, they will then call for quotations either on a sample basis, depending on what it looks like. Shazia also asked if we need evidence for salaries. Yes, we do. We would need to know what the total cost of that person is. Would need to know how they're allocated across the organization. Because again, if you tell us that a CEO, for example, is spending 100% of their time on the project, we'd question that seriously, because presumably your company has many other projects that are running. The CEO has many other things to be done. So we'd probably push back if you're allocating 100% of the CEO's cost to the project. And then, Ben, is there guidance on how costs are accounted for in the period to be? Basically, the question is whether, on what basis do we capture these costs? Is it when goods are received or when payment is made?
Okay, right. Okay, so we're right now we're creating a budget that is a cash budget, right? Everything that you see here is as you have paid, right? So our system works on a cash basis. You do not have debtors and creditors, right? So it is at the payment stage. But as you are creating the budget, you are using you are using invoices, like for like invoices, quotations, etc., of the anticipated payments to be made from the bank account. We can come back. Then we do have a tab there for SCORE, the Jobs Fund chart of accounts. Please, it's the Jobs Funds chart of account, not a standard chart of account elsewhere. It's for us to use here, so you can't compare this to any other government department. It's for us only, right? Where we define what is match funding, what is Jobs Fund, and how to post these. So we have that tab, and it assists when we are formulating our costs and posting them, what to click on that drop-down arrow. And then we move to the next one, which is the SCORE budget. So this SCORE budget, once you're approved, we take this one and we load it up front, and then we then report in arrears against what we have put in here. But some of the things to note is that as you are putting your inputting your funding and your expenditure, we would want you to maintain ITD at any given point, the approved funding ratio. So you see here, where you have these arrows where we are behind, it means that the Jobs Fund is ahead of your match funding. So we'd prefer it to be this way or the other way around. You can go ahead of us. You can take more risk than us. So please don't be shocked when the appraiser is returning this and say, no, the funding ratio should be at a minimum 1:1 or 1:2. And also you see with the green here and the red. Red is bad, green I think is good. And then so this is up to here. And then there are other schedules that we require supporting documentation. We spoke about salaries. We would need those. We also need a pro forma loan book to if we are giving loans to see what it is that we shall be funding, which SMEs, what are the needs, etc. I'm going to stop sharing and remain on the floor and ask the slide master to just put us back to, are we at questions now? Good. And then
Yes.
yeah, if you may assist.
Yes, I will
Questions?
come in here. So we have a question on the allowable management fee. From
So-
Nosipho.
Okay, so I'll start with that one. We do not have management fees in the jobs fund. We do not have management fees. We do have project administration fees, i.e., where people are working on a project, and then there are project administration fees or technical support services fees, and we do not. We prefer them to be very low, and once again the team is based on the project and based on the size and etc. will be able to guide during appraisal what is acceptable and what is beyond. I think that will be the answer on that one.
Okay, and then no, we appreciate the engagement, asking some good questions. Okay, so Noel is asking what will be the implication where a payment occurs in the following period? Let's say in this case at the end of the project period. And so therefore there's cash remaining in the bank account. So how do we treat, say, surplus funds in the bank account at the end of the project?
Okay, I would defer to you to take that one, Eve.
Okay, so
If
so
you're ready.
no, that's
you're
fine.
ready.
That's fine. So no, isn't it so these costs you would have budgeted for, say the evaluation costs, the summative evaluation that you have to pay, well, that you would have budgeted for in the final period. However, maybe the invoice is presented at, after that period. We will have an agreement that those costs remain relevant and that you can pay them post what we call the implementation period, but the grant agreement remains enforced. And I mean, if we get to that point where you're contracting, you'll see that there's a clause where we try and address such instances. If it's during the implementation period, you can account for it as what we call commitments. You're not going to record it on the GMS because, like Ben says, GMS is strictly cash. And when we are calculating the drawdowns required, we will take those into account. Okay, Nazim has responded to Rahima. So
Nazim can come in and vocalize that.
Sure, Nazim, do you want to say do you want to vocalize that response?
Sorry, we caught you unaware. So,
yes.
Sorry about that.
So maybe let me move on. Nazim, come in when you're ready. Loiso has a question on whether he's asking if it means that there should be no time in the project where the jobs fund funds have been more utilized than your contribution. So that well, in line with the ratio. So if we're contracted on a 1:1 ratio, the drawdowns should be always at 1:1. That's from jobs fund from yourself. In terms of the expenditure, that's a different kind of assessment where we don't seek to keep or to have projects hoard funds. So we assess you based on your utilization of the funds, just like we are assessed. But we will be measured against your contracted ratio, your contracted cash ratio, not your in-kind ratio. If we contract on a 1:2.5 basis, that means that for every quarter, if you require 1 rand from the grant, we also need to see that you've put in fact, that's going to be a drawdown requirement that you put in your 0.5. Okay, so that's Louise. So I think that's the end of the questions. If there are any others, perhaps you can place them on the on the chat, colleague. Otherwise,
Glenn?
I think we can take it back to the
Eve, Nazim is able to respond now. And
Okay.
can I just appeal to those people who have their hands up? Can you please submit your question in the chat? It just makes it so much easier for all of us to see the question and then to respond. Thank you. Nazim, over to you.
Thanks, DDG. So to answer the question that was posed about apportionment, so ultimately what we're trying to do is to establish the cost of the project, all-encompassing cost of the project. Therefore, we would require the apportionment of those salaries and allocated to the project based on timesheets, etc., even if those relate to government officials or employees. The second part of what I answered was, so all agents, implementing agents, jobs fund partners may have centralized payroll systems whereby you have your corporate account linked to your payroll system, runs with a bank, and you process and therefore pay. We as a jobs fund would not require you to run a parallel payroll system for those employees who are already on your payroll within the project. I mean, that would just be duplicating administration, right? So what we allow for is for these new project employees to be paid via that payroll, limiting the administration. Obviously, that is then paid for via your corporate account, and for reimbursement to occur based on submission of the required evidence, i.e., the report from the system, the payslips, etc. We can then reimburse you from the project bank account back into your corporate account. Of course, all of this is subject to pre-approval by the Jobs Fund when we contract. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Nazim. Barring any other questions, I think I've managed to save 3 minutes. I'll hand over to the chair so that he can take us through to the next presenters.
Sorry, Ben, just
Sure.
whilst we do have those 3 minutes, there's a question on contingency, whether it forms part of the budget and what the percentage is, and then I'll address Luzuko's question on allocation of funds.
All right. So when you're talking of contingency, you are saying that suppose today we in this example 20 million is going to be spent, and you think it's going to be 22 million. But remember, in our setting up of our budget, we had those assumptions of saying what will cause cost to go up, which is inflation. So all should be built in to the current budget. So in this case, like I say, if you are approved for 10 million as a grant, you will not come back to the Jobs Fund and say, there's been this this increase, etc. As we are setting up the budget now, we are setting up with assumptions of contingency of any increase. And by the way, everything is VAT inclusive, VAT inclusive, and payments out of the bank account is mirrored to the score, right? So the 10,000 Rand we pay out of there, it is VAT inclusive. So you will not come back and say, I budgeted a VAT exclusive. The Jobs Fund should give me 15%. So these we should know, and also at assessment, the team will be able to ask you to confirm those. Back to you, Eve. If you wanted.
Okay, no,
answer?
thank you. I've responded to Luzuko. I will then hand it over to Hilton for the next segment. Thanks.
Thank you.
Or is it Alden? Apologies.
Yeah, thanks, Eve. Thank you, Ben, for that wonderful segment. That was good and interesting. Thank you, colleagues, for the questions that are coming. If you can please keep it going on the chat. It's been a long day. Hopefully, this is not going to put you to sleep because importantly, in terms of the application itself, yes, the ABC PIMP is a critical document, but your effort will be lost if you do not submit it through our grant management system via our application form. So this segment is really about the navigation. I did go through it earlier. I'm going to take you through it now again. But just for those that would maybe have joined a little bit later, in order to access the online application form, you would do this via our website, which is www.jobsfund.org.za. And there are a couple of hyperlinks that when you actually land onto the page, that will redirect you to our application form. If we can just go to the next slide, please. Just before we get into the actual live demo, just importantly to note that there are a number of tabs that need to be completed. So again, I re-emphasize, in terms of the time, do not wait until the last minute. Please read through the application form. There is one that I'll demonstrate in terms of the download section that you could download and have a look at what are the requirements. You need to ensure that, the narrative sections are very clear and succinct with what is being asked of you, of the questions. There are a number of mandatory fields that you will encounter as part of this application form. And more importantly, you need to substantiate your answers with evidence. And that will be done through a section on the application form called the Uploads tab. One thing that's been emphasized throughout all of our presenters' presentations during the various segments is that there are no exceptions that will be made for incomplete or applications that are not submitted before 3 p.m. on the 17th of July. So please diarize it, ensure that you check your load shedding schedules. Because again, like we said, we've given you 34 days now to complete this application form. So please make sure that you get onto it as soon as possible. So what I am going to do now is I'm going to take over the reins before I let Hilton come in and introduce himself. But just to show you from a live demonstration point of view, if I can just get a thumbs up, Eve, if you can see my screen. Is it showing? Is it clear? Okay, cool. All right, so as I said, we would access the online application form through the JobSun's website, which is www.jobsun.org.za. And immediately on the landing page, what we'll see is that we have a hyperlink that allows us to select or redirect us to the applicable page on the JobSun's website, where it gives you certain bits of information. Again, reminder of the closing date, the 17th of July. We and our frequently asked questions. So a lot of questions that are coming through here, you would find that it would have been responded to in our FAQ documents. And also very importantly, before you start registering your application, please, it's important that you download the user guide because this would be a step-by-step instructions on how to navigate the system as well as all of the various tabs. When you click the apply button, it will redirect you to our online application. And it has been mentioned quite a bit in our presentation where we refer to it as GMS, which is our grant management system. And I think just to respond to a couple of questions that were asked earlier was, do I need to, if I've got an existing profile, do I need to re-register? No, you don't. You can use your existing account. What might be a good idea if you can't access it, because we do have a password change protocol that's part of our system. You would simply put in your username and click the forget password button. and that will send you the instructions on how to reset your password. And then the other important question that was asked is, can more than one person access the same application at the same time? So the answer is yes. The person that will register the application on the grant management system or online portal will be able to add additional people onto the actual profile itself. So in this case here, I'm going to be doing it on our test site. So you would put in your username and password, and you would then log into the system. Once you've logged into the system, immediately what you will see is that you will have the section in the middle of the screen that says create a new application. This is the feature that will allow you to set up your application form. Important to note here is that there are these specific funding windows that you would need to classify your initiative. Please ensure that you do select the right application type, as this cannot be altered going forward. It forms part of the main or the core part of the project record when completing this particular section. So there are a couple of details, pertinent details, the name of the title of your project, what type of organization you are. And once you've done this here, you will then receive an email notification as well as a pop-up message that will say that this is your reference number for the 11th CFP funding round. So it's important to note that number, because every time you have a particular query, you need to reference that reference number to allow for us to give you, and it will look something like this here. It will allow us to then access your application on the site and give you the timeous guidance on the query that you have going forward. Lastly, maybe before I allow Hilton to come in, is on the right-hand side, we have a hyperlink that says document library. And in the document library, you would find things such as our term sheet, the user guide, and other pertinent information. But when you've actually completed the registration part of the application, what you will see is that on the right-hand side of the application form, there's a section called downloads. And I think a question that came up quite frequently in the chat was, where do I access a blank ABC PIMP template or any of the other documents that have been referred to? It will all be available in this download section, which means that you actually have to register a project in order for you to gain access to this particular information. The ABC PIMP is a downloadable document. A funny story is that we've had individuals in the past click on the link, they don't save it on their actual device itself, and they are, phoning in to say that their work is lost. So you actually have to save it onto your device, rename the file before you start working on it. So it's a little small steps, but maybe I'll introduce now Hilton. If you can maybe come on, and we can then get the show started.
Thank you, Elton. Good afternoon, all, and thank you for being here with us and being with us for the past 5 hours now. And I see the number of people still remains the same. It means a lot to us. It also shows us how serious you are with our application. My name is Hilton Sarukunda. I am a team lead within the Jobs Fund, and I will be taking you through the application form. I'll switch off my camera for better bandwidth and connectivity. Okay, so for the past 5 hours, we've all been discussing what we need to do, right? But it all comes together in an application form. If we don't fill in the application form with our concept and all the things that we need to do and submit it to the Jobs Fund, then whatever concept you had or project you had or initiative you had just gets lost. So let's just make sure that when we capture what we need to capture on the application form, we can capture it correctly, and we ensure that we are as succinct as possible and as clear as possible, such that when the teams get on to your application of your submission and do the assessment of it, it is clear what you need to do, when you need to do, and how you're going to do it. So the first step is really the eligibility criteria. If you are going to use an analogy of a game that you're going to play, eligibility really tests on whether you are fit to play the game. Are you fit to play the game? And after that, is a different kind of competition. So what we did was we defined all technical terms that we felt were critically important for you to understand. It is important that you read these technical terms and understand what they really mean, right? So we defined what a lead applicant is. We defined what an implementing partner is. We defined what we mean by match funding. We defined on what we mean the capacity to source match funding. We defined everything that we felt was really technical and should be understood by the applicant before they start their application. And even during the application process, as you apply, and complete the application, just make sure that you, continually refer back to this definition so that you don't get lost in translation or in your inputs for the application. Next slide, please. So the eligibility criteria is really a list of few questions, and most of these, there's been an engagement throughout the presentation today, and have been answered on what does eligibility really mean, and if I don't qualify for this, am I still fit for the game, so to speak. So the first one is really, have you as a lead applicant been in operation for 2 years? This talks to the capacity to implement and the technical knowledge that you may have on what you need to do and the experience that we are looking for, remembering that we are looking to approve projects that will be able to hit the ground running and be able to implement within a 24-month period. So it has a number of technical questions there, and the answers should be yes or no. If you tick no where you were supposed to say yes, I think I just need to reemphasize that you may, from a system perspective, right, get knocked out, because you essentially are saying to us, I'm not fit to play the game. So if you say, I don't have 2 years experience, I won't be able to source the match funding, then we don't get to the next stage of the application, which will then be the impact criteria. Go ahead, Eldon. For those who have been with us, right, they know that we have been asking for implementation over a 3-year period, but for the past 2 windows, or the second window now, we're going only for 24 months. So the preparedness to implement should be of critical importance. The amount of grant, I think we did talk to it earlier on. The minimum ask should be 5 million, and the match funding should be 1:1 for private sector organizations, and 1:3.5 for those NPOs and NGOs. Next slide, please, Eldon. Are you applying for grant funding to finance any of the following costs? Right? Is it exclusively for research and development? Right? We are not aiming to fund exclusive research and development initiatives that don't lead us to jobs. So your initiative should be at a ready to implement stage. Go right ahead, Eldon. I think, can you expand the window a little bit? It's a bit to time? Thanks. Okay, go to the next questions, Eldon. Have you been in existence for at least a period of 2 years, right? Are you, as a lead applicant, an existing or Jobs Fund partner or implementing agent in any of the Jobs Fund projects? We need to know. And if you tick yes, there will be a secondary question to that, which talks to the implementation that you have so far done. Go ahead, Eldon.
Yeah, so I think that, Elton, that, importantly, just a note on this page here, like you said, that based on your answers for the eligibility tab, if you are deemed auto-ineligible through this particular tab here, you'll be sent a letter that will say that you are not eligible because of whatever reason that you had selected here. And that if you are eligible, if you pass this particular point, you will then be able to see the rest of the tabs that we see at the top. So eligibility criteria will be the first tab that you will see. If you pass the eligibility criteria, the rest of the application form will then be, accessible. Can I move to the next tab, Hilton?
Yeah, please proceed. Yeah, so if you go past the eligibility criteria, you've shown us that you're fit to play the game, right? Now we need to